4. There we go. Hey, Chilled, how's it going, brother? Yeah, I saw you in here earlier when I turned my computer on. Yeah, whenever I turn this PC on, I have to unplug and then replug in this mic, or else it doesn't pick up. Like the light and everything comes on, but it doesn't work. So I have to unplug it and then replug it in. Occasionally it happens like during stream as well, but that's few and far between. Oh no. We're gonna be doing customs again today. Working on getting the last piece that we need for the quest from the goons. Maybe I need to bring I might bring a double barrel shotgun just in case I see the cultists, because I'm supposed to kill 3 of them with a double barrel. And like killing the first one is pretty easy with a double barrel. So like if you just kill one of them with a double barrel and then switch to your primary, it wouldn't be, I don't know. We saw them twice yesterday, right? 2 or 3 times actually. And we got the goons to spawn twice as well. Or we got 2 goon spawns. Something to consider. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. Pew pew. You just had a 1.4 million plus ruble scav raid. One hell of a scav raid. Did you pick up a LEDX? I think Buddy hit a landmine. Rip his leg. Oh. Welcome back. Did you find a LEDX on your scav? Or what? This isn't my extract. God damn it. Ba-da-ba-da. Do I have industrial zone gates? Yes. Hopefully we don't die there. where the fuck that dude came from. I don't know how he chooses me as his first victim when there's another scab fucking 40 meters, maybe 30 meters away from him. "61 hours." I love dying to other scabs. GPU, BP, MK4A rig, VSS, and a labs manager office key. How much does the lab manager's key go for right now?
Shots are fired. We need more cover. 10-4, can you cover code 3, 9600 Golf Lakes Trail?
I mean, just sloppy. Let's take a look at it again. I mean, how sloppy can you get? You
That
got
guy.
Tahoe right here. You got a police cruiser right here. You got a police cruiser right here. Why couldn't you avert all this
And just walk
in a
up.
more economical, be a little bit more efficient, be a little bit more strategic, utilize your radios. You have the technology. You know where this guy is. You have him identified. He's in a parking space, not bothering anybody yet, not offering any kind of, he's not being violent with anybody. Why don't you employ the radio, get some strategy going?
And let's just say they will probably total this car.
Get a couple unmarked vehicles, get a couple undercover officers, and maybe deploy a GPS dart, mark that vehicle so that wherever they go, whenever they go there, you'll be able to follow them. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Anybody who's not familiar with these GPS darts, and you
I
don't
didn't
have
know
to
those existed.
necessarily deploy it from a marked cruiser. You don't have to necessarily deploy it from any cruiser.
We got into this raid really fast. I brought water instead of fucking food. Not good. This one has BP in it. I don't have cultist or guns. Guns were last seen on customs. Any idea on wipe yet? Um, no, not really. Uh, Bad Scav seems to think it's going to be in like 2 weeks or so. Right now, this is one of the longest wipes we've ever had, and it's on track to become the longest wipe ever in Tarkov. Here we go. So 60 days, 114, 91. Right now the longest wipe is like 225 days. I Let me see. I thought there was one longer than that. We'll look at my account page real quick. We're at 218. So we are 7 days away from tying for the longest wipe. So if we wipe around this day, which is what um Bad Scab was saying in his video he made not too long ago. It will be the longest wipe we've ever had. Even if we wipe mid-August, it's the longest wipe we've ever had. We would have to wipe this weekend to come to tie for the longest wipe. I think this will be the longest wipe in Tarkov history. That's what it's looking like right now.
cruiser. Have some dude in a hoodie that looks just like a hood guy and just flick it up on the GMC that was stolen. Now wherever the guy goes in that stolen GMC,
You know where he
you got a
is.
ticket.
Yeah.
And you can get the vehicle safely, return it to the owner without any kind of damage. When you have a vehicle like this, you know that vehicle is going to be totaled. Probably bent the frame doing that. When you have a bent frame, you got a totaled vehicle.
Yeah.
So now this owner's not going to get his truck back. The insurance is going to be paying for it, giving him a brand new vehicle. But let me just show you what they could have done, the technology they could have employed. They have the resources to do it and employ this technology.
It's incompetence and laziness, I think.
Train these people to do this kind of stuff and be a little bit smarter when you engage in this kind of incident with a stolen vehicle or whatever it is. Listen to this.
Let's be honest, they're not.
What you're about to see,
They're not the brightest crayons in the box.
police say,
And you're gonna press arm.
will be a game changer.
3, 2, 1.
A new tracking dart. Officers can launch from their patrol cars
Wow.
and stick to the back of a suspect vehicle trying to get away.
Now you can see it sticks, and it's very difficult to get off.
Officers then follow the car with GPS instead of chasing it.
You go do your thing. We're gonna cool off for a couple minutes, let you cool off, and then we're gonna come back on my time now.
That's safer.
Makes perfect sense. And it would be safer than, let's say, being in Arkansas and they're like, oh man, we're going to have to do a pit maneuver on this pregnant lady. Just mark the, if they committed some kind of dastardly indiscretion, and this isn't a wink and a nod to traffic law and saying, hey, we need to go ahead and penalize these people. I'm just saying, if you find a stolen vehicle, don't chase it down and put everybody else's life on the roadway in jeopardy. Mark the vehicle. The guy's got to stop sometime and sleep sometime and eat sometime. Mark it and go track him down, recover the vehicle, take the guy peacefully, hopefully, maybe in a place where it's not so crowded in an apartment complex. Wait till you see they fire their weapons in an apartment complex when they could have done something like this.
Chief Christopher Cook says,
police chases are probably one of the most dangerous activities that a law enforcement officer gets involved in. They're very
You think? Dangerous not for the law enforcement, just for the law
public
enforcement officer, but for everybody on the road. Because if the problem on the road is that you got one person speeding, then if you have two, now you got twice the problem for people on the road. Now you're really jeopardizing public safety. And then you get a whole bunch of cruisers behind this guy. Now you got 5 or 6 people on the road going 90, 100 miles an hour down the roadway when you could have just shot a GPS dart.
very unpredictable.
a handful of times a year, chases involving his officers end with a crash.
And so, yeah, we've had some close calls.
The new technology from company Star Chase
I didn't bring in food. think we would have heard the goons already if they were here. I don't think the cultists are here either. I mean, there are some players here. How is he not dead, brother? This is so fucking stupid. I shot him 4 times in the fucking head. Ridiculous. Just hiding in a fucking bush. Piece of shit. Jesus Christ, stop. It's retarded, bro. Absolutely retarded. Tremendous. Great fucking game, Nikita. Get another one of these. Buy some bullets. I don't have dollars. Undoubtedly, the Bastion slap can stop fucking 4 rounds of PP to the fucking dome. So great. But only if you pay for an unheard of account. Tremendous game, Nikita. Tremendous. I'll be back. I'm gonna make some coffee. Bro, that's so retarded. I got shot once in the chest and once in the arm with M62, but I shot him in the head 4 times with 7.62 by 39 BP. Or PP was in it in the rounds that I shot him with. And I shot him 3 times before I shot him in the head. Yeah, but it couldn't be the servers because the servers just registered the fucking damage. There's somebody over here. What? I shot dude here twice. Oh, it's level 6. That's why. I thought those were level 5. But still. I magnumped the bush he was in. I had to hit him at least. I did hit him at least 3 times in the bush. And then I shot him 4 times in the head. Oh, man. That sucks. Actually sucks. Last seen 52 minutes ago on customs. Goods. Can I craft Zagustans? No. All right, let's run factory. We got a free optic. Maybe we'll get a good raid where the medical area is not looted. Body, the 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 head. Part of the body. I'm part of the problem. Part of the. Pardon my body. I'm part in the red. Okay. You cut the rest of your plants down today? That's good. That's good. So when I cut mine down, I built a drying chamber for them. I have an air filter that attaches to a conduit fan, and so all I did was I flipped it the other way. I flipped my conduit fan the opposite way so that it pulled air out of the container and into the filter so that it would reduce the smell significantly. And I drilled holes into my it was basically it's a brute trash can. So I drilled holes in it. I ran some wire rope through it, and then I used clothespins to hold it in there. So put the lid on it, and it didn't make any smell. It was great. It also dried fairly quickly, like that. You have a 1 by 1 meter grow tent set up for drying? I got you. Those carbon filters are awesome. %85 of the pistols had turned from clear to gold. I have read where like different people recommend different things when it comes to cutting your plants down. Some people say that you should cut them down before they turn gold. So like they'll go from clear to cloudy, and then they'll go from cloudy to gold. And some people say that whenever they're gold, like that amber color, um you lose some of your chemicals once they go that far. But most of the things I saw recommended that you cut them whenever they start to get, when most of them are cloudy. I'm not an expert by any means. Has 2 carbon filters running with dual 6-inch fans, 2x2 meat with 5 plants in it.
Кому тут пизды выдать? Тут наших бьют. Ничего. Скупчику все продам и заживем.
Those carbon filters really do their job well, though, for sure. It's very difficult to get seats here. And with all of the kids living here now, like all of my nieces and stuff, it's not really worth it.
Ништяк, пацаны, сегодня мы кайфуем.
Not really worth it. I have everything I need to turn flour into oil though. I do have that still. Yeah, one of the largest shipping companies, not shipping company, one of the largest sellers of seeds is in the EU. We don't have a night raid.
Will allow officers to back off, hopefully leading suspects to slow down.
That's a really good
Yeah,
price
that's
on
right.
those
So they
seeds.
return to more of a normal speed. They don't run a red light and crash into a family.
But it comes at a cost. Each device runs 20 grand.
Oh my
Like
God, I didn't
settlement,
know that.
fine.
Yeah, that sucks. And again, another thing that I'm not saying, I'm not giving a wink and a nod to traffic law, and I'm not saying that the police should further extort members of the community so they can have this kind of technology,
Yeah,
all
no.
these gadgets they can deploy at the rest of us. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying, hey,
Bro, for decades, officers were doing a better job than they do today without all the electronics, without all the stupid shit. Now they expect to have a fucking $10 million budget every year.
in the field of options and with the array of technology you might have at your disposal and the resources that you already have, why not do that instead of this right here? Or you could just
They were all
have
female, feminized.
closed police officer.
Were they feminized or were they regular? Sweet and sour?
Just walking by with a hoodie, just nondescript, just acting like he's minding his own business, and then flick one of these things in or on, have it, covered with adhesive or whatever, and you don't even have to launch it from a cruiser. And these are just some options. I don't know how viable they are, but I know that you can employ technology and probably have a better outcome than this. Or, the thing that I really got a problem with is, first of all, this is somebody else's property and the cops don't care. It's not their truck.
Yeah.
They don't care what happens to it.
Feminized?
I'm sure
Yeah,
they didn't
that's good.
expect this to happen, but don't you if you're in that field, isn't this right here a potentiality every single time that somebody might accelerate and ram into your vehicle. And then if somebody was, on their way to work in the apartment complex and they're going to their vehicle, they could be hurt when these guys run out of the vehicle with firearms, or they might become a hostage. And now you got a hostage situation you got to deal with. Remember how Breonna Taylor got killed? I think she was in her bed. Bullets were flying in there and just killed her in her bed. This happens a lot. They're pointing their firearms in the direction of places where
People live, yeah.
They can go through walls. They can go through windows. They can go through doors. They can kill other people. It's all right. Collateral damage. It doesn't really matter. Give me a frickin' break. You can't do this a little bit better.
And the craziest part about it is 9 times out of 10, those officers, they don't lose their. Hey, Faze, how's it going, brother? Another day? Yep. Another day. This guy. Stop. Yeah, there. No. I'm just dumb. It's fine. Somebody's fighting in dorms. Doesn't sound like the goons are here. It's you and dorms come help you? Yeah, hard pass on that, brother. They've got you surrounded. Many unfortunates. They've got you surrounded, please. You'll drop all of your PP ammo. Well, PP is getting me killed a lot, so hard pass. Somebody got shot here. You would come help, but don't think it's the same raid. You're sitting in marked room. All right, then. I haven't even had that key this way. Haven't found it, haven't seen it. Closed the shitty game and opened up Smite. Fair enough. Fair enough. You had to go market? Yeah, I've still got that quest. I'm not paying for that fucking key. Not gonna happen. I could have went and checked if it was open the past, day and a half, but why? Because then I have to go to Shoreline and mark that one and like, yeah, hard pass. Customs and Woods. Oh, I've already marked the one on Shoreline. There's one I haven't marked on Woods. I don't even know what that quest leads to, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know where this came from. I still don't know where this came from. What time is it? Ugh. Where did you loot it?
So yeah, while I'm not against them going after these bad guys, it's like, can't we use our brains? Can't we employ the technology? Can't we use resources and come up with a strategy, use our radios? You got the dedicated radios. They don't. You can coordinate and strategize. They can't. You can create a good happen. Aren't they instructed, hey, no matter what, don't put bystanders in jeopardy?
Obviously, that doesn't matter. The jacket in the back of the car? Yeah. Got you.
Hi there. My name is Brandon Herrera, and this is my...
So, COD ripped this gun off. They call it a AKM 50 or something stupid. But there's a AK-50 in COD.
gun.
He's not happy.
It's been a long road making the baby come to life. But a couple months ago, after years of hard work and trial and error, we finally got the latest version fully finished. Or at least at the time.
I don't ask chat. I don't even check that jacket.
Or anything, so it still kind of looked like a garage-built prototype. If you haven't seen that video yet, which statistically about 5 million of you have, which is more views than we have subscribers, and you can help change that. But the video was kind of dramatic, we...
Понятно.
It only took 10,000 hours, but it finally dropped me a key, bro. Now I'm going to check it every raid. That kind of vibe. A lot of the times you just go to get 206. Fair enough.
Нормас, нормас. Охуенно сейчас поживимся. Друган, мы было отлично.
What did you do today, brother? This dude's level 27 with a taiga. You walked a good distance without your crutches? Hell yeah. Just don't overdo it again. Didn't they have to re-break your leg last time?
Ну, начало дня уже неплохое.
You've got the ankle boot thing on right now? Got you. I was so happy once I got that thing.
We went really high effort on things like the Deadpool-esque intro and things. It was my love letter to this project, having worked on it so long. But now I wanted to sit down, especially now that we've got it all nice, painted, and pretty. I want to sit down and talk about some of the things that we changed, some of the things we've changed since that video. And of course, we're going to shoot it at some really fun stuff. Maybe even a cameo from our friends at Ballistic High Speed. You know,
Alright, I got up to 9
as a
drops.
treat. But first, you haven't even seen the painted version of this thing fire. Bet you'd like to do that. I know what you want. You want to see the 50 fire.
Don't you, Squidward.
I got that on my system for now. Let's go ahead and talk about the gun. And no, I'm not just talking about, well,
It's black!
yeah, we painted it, but there is something else I think is really cool that we didn't get to talk about because we hadn't done it yet when we did our AK-50 video. Now, when we had the ballistic high-speed guys come down for that video, they did some awesome high-speed shots of the AK-50 firing. But there was something that a lot of people noticed, and it was something that we all noticed right off the bat as soon as we saw the video. The AK-50 barrel whipped like a motherfucker. A lot of people ran into the comments saying, hey, I don't know if you noticed. Oh, trust me, we fucking noticed. And we knew what did it pretty much immediately. So pretty much any weapon, especially like an AK or something, is going to have a little bit of barrel whip. It's perfectly normal. Does it hurt the gun? No, it does not hurt the gun. As long as it holds 0, not really an issue. But it does look pretty violent, and to be honest, it's pretty unnecessary. As to what caused it, a muzzle brake. This is the muzzle brake that was on the AK-50 when you saw it in the big video. This is a beefier, bigger, well, 50 cal sized version of the AK muzzle brake, a great brake in my opinion, the JMac RRD 4C. This is an awesome brake for recoil reduction, and it also works as a compensator. The way that it does this, the way that it stops muzzle rise is you see these vents here on the side of the brake itself. They're actually cut away larger on the top than they are the bottom. And so the point of that is to vent more gas. While it's venting gas out the sides, it's venting more gas out the top than it is through the bottom, meaning that it's going to be not only creating a brake that stops recoil, backward recoil, but it also pushes gas up, pushing the muzzle down. So when you normally have that muzzle climb, it helps keep the muzzle down. We didn't really think about it that much, and we just included it feature for feature, including those cutaway top vents. Not quite as dramatic as on the RRD4C, but we still put them there. What we didn't realize is that this really doesn't need a whole lot of upward compensation. It's mostly rearward recoil. In fact, if you could see the videos of me in that video walking and firing it from the hip, you can very clearly see every time I fire the gun, the compensator is working too well, and it pushes the gun down dramatically. That's exactly what it was doing to the barrel, causing that crazy barrel whip. If the
Gotcha.
science behind this sort of thing interests you and you'd like to get your start in gunsmithing and weapons technology, you can always check out
SDI.
using the links down in the description and in the pinned comment. But now we have a new muzzle brake, one that does not have those cutaways at the top and is working a hell of a lot better. But the real question is, does it still cause that massive barrel whip? But to answer that question, we would need to break out the high speed. Ballistic high speed. I'm going to stop doing that bit. That's right, our friends at Ballistic High Speed came down again to help us out with the Trump assassination attempt recreation video that we did here recently.
Oh, that was just background noise.
And while we had them down, not to let their time go to waste, we also did a couple of shots with the AK-50 in high speed. So take a look at it and tell me what you think of the new brake.
It's storming here now, so if stream goes down, that is why. We're gonna hang out here for a minute. Wow, that brick changed a lot.
Now let's compare the two of them together here. As you can see, changing pretty much no other factor. Just in changing that muzzle brake and removing those cuts from the top, our barrel width is dramatically reduced. So in the words of a great scholar, great success.
But real quick, this video was made possible by our friends over at TacPack. TacPack is a tactical subscription box where you can get cool stuff like grips.
So it doesn't take a ballistician. Is that the word for that? Ballistician? Balls.
The balls do have a stitch in it.
Yeah, who put that there? It doesn't take a ballistically minded individual to know that a 50 BMG will pass through a White Claw. So we just put a little pyramid of 5 here, just again, showing power of 50 BMG and because, well...
Because it's awesome.
All right, so let's see. Who's calling me? So I know this is zeroed pretty decent for like 50 to 100, but let's see if it's zeroed for like 15 feet. 3, 2, 1.
Wow. Wow.
I always forget how cool that is. That was a neat. That is just neat.
Wow.
Get out here. People ask me, "Oh, don't you think the White Claw bit's getting a little tired?" I never
Nope.
get tired of it. I just love the concussive force because there's no way that all of these even got hit. They just got smashed. Oh, geez, just look at that. Look at how twisted that aluminum is just from the pressure. Just shredded. This is not one that even got a bullet. It's just the energy of the first one. Actually, this is a great bit. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna show it. People always have this fucking thing. They're like, oh, if a 50 cal passes this close to you, oh, it's gonna blow your head apart, blah, blah, blah. A lot of the same ballistic experts that think that, you know, Trump wasn't hit by a bullet because if it grazed his ear, it would have
Ripped
blown
his
head
ear off,
because
yeah.
It's a fucking dangerous assault rifle, all this shit. And everybody quotes that video where the guy shot next to a deer and killed it with concussion. It's like,
I remember
people
that.
fucking think, or they're just bad at math, but that's not how bullets work, and I'm really tired of hearing it. Can you tell I've been putting a lot of thought into this recently? You saw what the energy effect on a target was from White Claws that were behind one that was already impacted. So it was blowing out and expanding, and it was just a lot of violent shit happening really quick. I'm gonna sail around in between these two cans, and we're gonna see my prediction. You know, I'm no ballistician, but my prediction is jack fucking shit happens. So just to prove that it's going in between the two, I'm gonna put this one behind it. Behind, in front. So clearly, if this has a crazy shot,
Hush.
it's
Get.
gonna blow these two apart, right? Making retards on Twitter shut up. 3.
Making retards on Twitter shut up.
Crazy. Wow. So the White Claw cans I shot between are completely fine. They're intact, fully, I mean, nothing fucking happened to them. There's not even a mark on the side of the can. Like, there was still condensation sweat on them. The only thing that happened was, when this claw can got exploded, the piece of it flew forward and knocked that one over. But that's about it. Look.
We haven't heard any gunshots, which is odd for customs. Watch, we crest this hill. I was about to say we crest this hill and get tapped in the head. It's gonna be awesome. Let me refill that mag real quick. Sent you a photo of the mess of your ankle from 3 weeks ago. Alright, I'll check it out. Something just spawned in. Better we got a dog shit server. The brake was 3 times the size of your last brake, and you were still walking on it. Bigger brake just means you got more blood cushion in between the two. That's why, obviously. Didn't think about the pain much, as put it down to a leg pain, not from your ankle. Right. Oh man. If only. Only I had brought my marker. So there was at least one other player in this raid. But they didn't kill anything. That or we simply didn't hear their gunshots. Your right foot was 3 sizes larger than your left foot because of the swelling. Goddamn club foot, brother.
А ты кепка ёбаная! Сука, ёбнули наших!
Jesus Christ, I can't shoot to save my fucking life today. Still doing everything though, going up and down a ladder on and off a boat. Gotcha. I'll be right back.
50 cal is obscenely powerful, but if it had enough force behind it to impart lethal force on everything around it, the air, everything, for the entire duration of its 3-mile flight time, it would probably stop dead in its tracks after like fucking 18 feet. I don't know. There's a math equation for this somewhere. It's cool. Hopefully we learned something today. If I hear this myth regurgitated one more fucking time, I'm gonna stand next to a 50. Another cool element that was added to the AK-50 that I really, really did want to talk to you guys about is this little ring right here behind the muzzle brake. There's a lot of things about the AK-50 that make it an AK, not just the name. It's a long-stroke, gas-operated, rotating bolt rifle. The bolt and carrier are identical to AK, except the piston actually pivots, which is a PKM thing, also designed by Mikhail Kalashnikov. Basically just a big belt-fed AK. The riveted front trunnion that contains the lockup system, the rear trunnion, the fact that this takes an AK, a standard AK pistol grip, a standard AK fire control groove, trigger, hammer, disconnector, all that. Behold, an AK. What we did is we just scaled everything up appropriately to be able to, again, fire 50 BMG out of Barrett mags, which was the whole goal from day one, and I think I'm actually very proud of the way this turned out. But I will never turn down the opportunity to make it a little bit more AK, and that's exactly what we did up front here. So what we added was a muzzle detent, which is exactly what AKs have on their front sight blocks. So I push this in, and I can now rotate.
Ba-ba-ba-ba. That's chat. I don't know why they changed the ad notification. Now it's this big fucking green thing. I mean, changing the color, fine, but like, why did they make it fucking 3 times bigger than it was? And they put it in a different location.
And take off the muzzle brake. And so that is a little detent that pushes in and catches it, just like on your standard AK. Although this isn't really an AK. What this is an IO AK. If you're not familiar with that is, this is notoriously the worst brand of AK that's ever been made. Although a lot of people are really vying for that spot. This is like some old garbage shit that came out. You know, everybody was, trying to get an American made, made in the USA, but they didn't respect the platform. They just thought you could throw it together, cast trunnions, and just shitty quality control. I mean, just even this is just fucking garbage. Spun rivets, use the barrel as a bucking bar. I can go on and on. This is just trust me when I say garbage tier firearm. And somebody actually gave this to us, to the channel.
Gave it to them.
That we do one thing in particular with it. We feed it to the AK-50. But I figured, why waste a 650 cal round on it when we can go a little bit bigger? We can hit it with something with a little bit more oomph. Like, I don't know, Mark 211 Ralphus.
God
If you want to take
damn.
out a vehicle, you use 50 cal. If you want to take out an armored vehicle,
Use a Ralphus round.
use Ralphus. Explaining this video to my 16-year-old self is literally fucking impossible. Shooting an AK with the AK-50. In 3, 2, 1. Holy fuck!
Fuck.
All right, I don't know what I was expecting, but it certainly was not that. I would say good effect on target.
God damn. There was water in the table.
I shot it right
I hate spawning over here. There's so little cover when you cross that fucking valley. This area. I mean, like, yeah, you can run behind this rock and then run to that, but you're pretty much hit once you go up this hill. They're just gonna fucking destroy your shit if they're watching you. Go. Sitting in a fucking bush. Great game, Nikita. Great fucking game. I don't think you should be able to get into the bushes in this fucking game. Bro has 13,000 hours in this game and he's level 60 and he's sitting in a fucking bush. Literally 13,000 hours. I'm getting annoyed. I haven't looked, bud. Almost out of PP bullets. If I died at something stupid this red, I'm done. One more stupid death and I'm fucking done. God damn. That's super fucking swollen, bro. FaZe isn't here, brother. And FaZe doesn't have 13,000 hours in this game. Had a bit of swelling? Yeah, I'd say that's a bit. I would say that classifies as a bit of swelling. We are in the raid.
In the bolt carrier, and I didn't expect it to blow the fucking handguard to pieces. Holy shit.
I don't even think he's got 5,000.
Look at that.
I don't even have 5,000.
Office does not fuck around. Holy fuck.
Not quite.
Only marginally more dangerous than shooting an IO. The bolt is still locked in the trunnion. Ironically, this is the exact way that they blow up with that fucking locking lug flying off the gun. Sent jets of copper all into the cam groove as well. Ironically, the bolt carrier is pretty okay. The crazy part is it fucking blew the gun in half. I think I just made this gun worth owning. Oh yeah, here we go.
Only 2 hours playing.
Got a recoil spring.
Jeez.
It's a little twisted. Safe to say this gun is never going to be a danger ever again. To its user, of course. Well, if that's what you mean by taking danger...
Bro was literally just sitting in this fucking corner right here. Actually, I don't even think he was there. He might have been here. I don't know. I heard a bush, and then I died. So great. That's in dorms. The goons are not here. Neither of the cultists. You had to order new thermal paste? What paste did you go with? I have graphite. I have a piece of graphite made by Grizzly. Instead of using thermal paste, I use the graphite sheet. It's been working really well for me. I haven't had any issues. You also, if you have to replace it ever, you just buy a new piece and you don't have to scrape your CPU with anything. You went for the Grizzly Cry Knot? Actually, I think I have this one, but Grizzly makes it too. It's called Carbonite. I have this IC graphite thermal pad. Your GPU starts the thermal throttle at 85. I don't know if mine ever makes it that far. 47. And I keep it on silent.
Dangerous guns off the street, then you probably belong here on the channel. You should consider subscribing. I love you. But anyway, this is the AK-50. I think she looks fucking great with the new coat of paint. I like the new additions to the gun. Also, the carry handle really makes this a lot easier
SFX
to
only
load
used
around.
Arctic
I see why
Mix
they're added
4.
in very, very
And it
easy
draws
to follow
385
through.
watts.
As you
God
can
damn.
see, there's still a lot of cool shit we can do with the AK-50, some gnarly shit we can shoot it at, and some gnarly shit we can shoot out of it. I had an idea that involved a certain Kentuckian and maybe testing this thing out with some slap rounds. But if you like to see stuff like that, be sure you're subscribed to the channel. And if you have recommendations, things
This ought to be good.
Meet your new Democratic nominee, Kamala Harris.
Why would you nominate her? Wasn't she the border czar over all of this?
She was never the border czar.
Don't you have all these articles saying she was in this document from Congress.gov?
You are forgetting that she was the border czar.
Oh, fine. Okay. Well, what about this bail fund for rioters?
God damn it. It's an AI scav. Doesn't look like the cultists are here. Goons aren't here either. Alright, let's go to Crossroads. The goons could be over here, though. Could be over here. I don't know where I was just shot at from. I don't think it was him that shot at me. Thought I saw something run up there. Best scabber player. It's a scav. How can you kill two things and still get a run through? I think they need to get rid of run throughs. They don't matter now that you can sell stuff that's not found in raid on the flea. I guess for the survive quests, that's it. Oh man.
2020 that she promoted.
She never donated to a BLM bail fund.
Ow. I literally have her tweet promoting the exact bail fund right here.
No, you do not.
She said we have to defund the police.
No, she didn't.
What? It was like her whole platform.
No, it wasn't.
Denying things we all saw. There are records.
No, there aren't.
She was ranked the single most liberal senator in the country.
No, she was not.
Above Bernie Sanders, bro, which is crazy.
Kamala Harris is conservative.
What?
She was ranked the most conservative senator.
How can you erase her entire history?
I can imagine what will be unburdened
By what has been.
Kamala 2.0 is a new creation. Kamala 2.0 is appealing. With Kamala 2.0, we will reach the broadest and most important mass of the electorate.
I'm a brat. It's brat suffering coconut tree.
Online homosexuals.
Good luck.
Become a member at freedomtunes.com for exclusive cartoons.
Oh my god. Oh man, that was great. That was great. Oh man. 100% raw spawn in his PvE raids.
Hey guys, it's Kevin from Spiritus Systems, and today I'm joined by Braxton from Spiritus Systems, and we're going to get into what type of sighting system you should select for your rifle. We're probably going to have some
I feel like that's going to be on a
controversial
case by
opinions
case.
and some that you may disagree with, so stay tuned.
Faster.
All right, so the first sighting system that we're going to talk about is going to be the red dot, which I think is kind of like the simplest thing that we can start with. So, Braxton, what are some of the pros that you like about the red dot system?
So this is more of a legacy dot at this point. I think they are the simplest to learn how to use. They are the simplest to use even once you are a more advanced shooter. They're very user friendly. They're very light, not particularly this one because of its age, but there are some really, really light red dot options out there. They're extremely affordable at this point, and I would say you probably have more red dot options than any other kind of combat or practical shooting oriented optic. Battery life would be a big one. Back into ease of use. Red dots have unlimited eye relief.
What are you talking about exactly when we mention eye relief?
I guess the simplest way to put it would be the distance that your eye needs to be, or the proximity to the ocular lens. So if something has very short eye relief, you need to be very close right here. If it has unlimited eye relief, as long as I am behind the optic, I can see through it. The simplicity, the lightweight, the affordability would be the primary broad stroke pros to me.
You did mention battery life, which some may see as a con because it does rely on a battery, and when the EMP hits, your battery's not going to work. Your sighting system's not going to work. That is a con to some.
That's them. Finally got a cultist spawn after fucking 8 raids. I'm still being shot at. That could be a player. Yep. Imagine fucking that up. He's just like me. He was cat point one before the updates. Yup. My brother in Christ. Stop it. I heard something. He's trying to do the kill 3. I lost my arm again. He's trying to do the kill 3 cultist with a shotgun thing. Yo, Skate, how's it going, brother? How are you doing today? So we've got 2 cultists and 1 PMC. Bro is level 65 and fucking naked. Nothing but nods and a shotgun. With, I think, like 50 BMG or something like that in it. I've been alright. Can't complain. I don't see him. God damn. Bro has PPBS on him. Alright. Air. He's dead. That or it's BT. Yesterday's VOD was lit. It was a pretty good raid. Or it was a pretty good stream. Yeah. Today hasn't been nearly as good. We haven't gotten a lot of cultist or goon spawns. Today. This is our first cultist spawn, I think, right? No, our second. Second. Yeah, I've ran into several people just like sitting in bushes. One dude had 13,000 hours in the game and he's just sitting in a fucking bush. Another guy, I shot him 4 times in the fucking head with 7.62x39 PP. And I run up after flashing him and he just fucking mops me. Not ideal. I think there's another one somewhere. Another cultist. Could be wrong. What are my extracts? Can you look at those again? Q. Yeah. It is pretty fucking nuts to spend 13,000 hours in a game and still not have the nuts to fucking push people. Like, that's a lot of time, brother, to be too afraid to PvP. That's SP5. The sun is coming up on us. We spawned over there, like on the other side. We crossed, and he was just sitting right here in the dark. Magnumped us.
Found an exit. Time to extract.
1 or 2 weeks, yeah, probably. Bad Sky did a video on it. I didn't. This guy must have killed the priest. I didn't see him. The worst thing about Wipe is not having access to my nods, guys. I don't want to lose my nods. Then I have to run night raid or daytime raids. So gross. You're happy because you think you told me, yeah, the other day that you logged in your character had been reset. That's fucking tragic. I'd be pretty sad for sure. These people are buying the limit and then immediately turning around and reselling them for almost double. This guy. 4,000 hours in the game. He's got a $250 account. He just can't help himself to fucking... I need more of these bullets. You're not gonna play at level 1? I mean, why not? You know wipe's coming. Fucking get used to the game again. Hate when it does that. Flip down, ensure. I mean, it definitely would be upsetting, yes. Ads chat. I just need the goons, brother. One thing that I wish was static or continuous through wipes is these your weapon presets. I wish they stayed through wipes. We got a little bit of time. We got to burn. When I first saw you. Yeah, that whole thing was fucked up. Mechanic. Who sells the marker? It's proper, isn't it? Yeah. All right. I'm gonna play this video while I go piss.
People, to me, it's not really a con. It's
We
actually
gotta wait a little while
these
before we get another night raid. I think it's 2 more hours in game.
thousands of hours of battery
So a
life.
few
We're
minutes.
talking about years of battery life.
Right, and having an illuminated reticle, especially, or an illuminated aiming solution of any kind, daylight or nighttime, like your dusk and dawn kind of stuff, etched reticles, which we'll get into later, are nice, but having actual illumination can be the difference between you being able to see your actual point of aim.
And another big pro about it that we mention is the weight, especially with the modern age, with all the stuff that we're putting on rifles, lights, lasers, it starts to really add up. So having a lighter aiming solution can really help for fatigue, as like you're carrying this thing all day, every day. Where does this not really stack up to something like having a scope?
I'd say you have no magnification. So if magnification is a must, you're either going to have to bolt it on with a magnifier, or you're just going to have to do without. They do rely on a battery. They are electronic. Those are really my only two immediate cons.
I would say the big con is PID, or positive identification at distance. You just have no magnification, so you're not going to be able to tell really at distance what you're looking at. And also, trying to hit something at distance can be difficult if you can't even see it. So
Gotta take the dog out. I'll be right back.
we do have a option to add a magnifier behind the standalone red dot. So this rifle here has the SIG Romeo 4T Pro red dot, which actually does give you some of those reticle options as far as like having a circle with a dot and then a series of dots as like aiming points for distance. And this one's on a Unity fast mount. It's a little bit higher than you would see than the other red dot. And then we have an EOTech magnifier on a Unity flip to center mount. So what do you find is the advantage to having this setup?
So this is kind of the bolt-on performance that I mentioned as a con for no magnification, is you are going to have to add something behind a red dot to augment adding magnification. And this is what that looks like. This one's on a QD mount, so we can take this off. And the big pro to me is just the scalability, is that we can just pull this off and stow it in a pouch. We can take it off and leave it at home if we know we're not going to need it. That can be a day-night thing, that whatever procedure works for you. I like the scalability of a magnifier.
Some of the cons with the magnifier is going to be that eye relief. You now added eye relief to the red dot.
Not only did you add eye relief, you added very short eye relief, which we can see that it's about level with your ocular lens and your charging handle. So we're getting into like ACOG territory, which is probably the most infamous of the optics with bad eye relief or short eye relief.
Now we have a different mount height here. What is the advantage or con to having that height on the mount for the red dot?
So what we looked at earlier was a lower third mount, which is somewhere in the neighborhood of 1.7 inches from top rail to center of optic. With the tall mounts, it's going to make it easier to get behind with a gas mask. It's going to make it easier or simply possible to get behind and use with head-mounted night vision. And then even just things like being in the prone, wearing a helmet with optics that are as low as the lower third, even an absolute co-witness being even lower. I've certainly pushed my helmet up with my optic just to try and get behind it. So like your field environment, a tall mount is more appreciated than one might think.
But with that, you are going to have more height over the bore when you are shooting. So if you're shooting something very close, you're going to be shooting low.
Yeah, the height over bore with a 226 is pretty significant. I guess that's important to note with mount heights. The advertised figure for all these mount heights is from the top rail to the center of the optic. So your barrel is not where your top rail is. So with height over bore as a consideration, that is something that you need to A, try and measure, and then B, actually shoot it and
see how it groups at different distances. One thing we didn't hit on yet about the red dot is that a lot of people who have astigmatism don't like red dots because they will get a starburst or a streak of some sort when looking through it. It's one of the reasons I have to wear glasses, is because of astigmatism. Red dots really haven't bothered me. I've always been able to use them, but some people's eyes are going to be worse for them than others. So it is something to take into consideration. If you are new to this and you just got a dot and you see like a streak or something, it's probably not the dot that's wrong. It's your eyes that are messed up. Okay, so I think we kind of covered everything with the red dots. Let's get into the holographic sight now.
Hey.
So here we have the holographic style of sight. This one is an EOTech. What are some of the things that you like about?
Yeah, I could never do the stash upgrades. Those things are fucked. 2016 is a long time. If I bought the game in 2020, 2021.
The holographic style of sight.
I own DayZ. I've only played it one time.
Passive aiming through head-mounted night vision. I think EOTech specifically in holographic sights, with the size of their windows, the lack of notch filter or that blue tinge that you have in the lens on red dots, I think these are
The Tarkov model looks pretty fun.
the best for passive aiming use. That's a little subjective, but there is a lot of light transmission and the reticle comes through very cleanly. With this one specifically, there's actually a night vision button on there rather than running through the dial. So you can just kind of switch modes. So that's pretty neat for passive use.
There is a Tarkov server on DayZ.
Magnified use. EOTechs, to a lot of people, are constantly a little fuzzy. They're always symmetrical, but your holographic sights with a series of tiny dots projecting an image has kind of a fuzzy, broken effect, but it is, at the very least, consistent and symmetrical.
Yeah, I'll say without glasses, the EOTech is very, very fuzzy to me. But
Yeah, fair enough.
It becomes much more sharp.
It's always a little apparent to me that it is a series of dots, but once I'm actually
With my optic, I have an astigmatism, so it blooms a little bit when I look through it. It's not as bad when I'm outside, but if I'm inside, my dot blooms out a little bit, kind of weird.
Reticle itself, it's more than just a dot.
Right. So this one specifically, and there's other holographic sights out there.
The donut of death.
Of EOTech, as far as reticles go, that are single dots or the donut of death with the center dot and a BDC. So there are options, but the traditional.
I didn't know they made this one. We have this one.
One is the
And this one, but
65 or 68 MOA ring with is it a 1 MOA center dot?
Yeah.
So you have a really precise aiming point and you have a really large, rather imprecise aiming point in the circle. So you can use them independently. You can use one to funnel your eye into the smaller aiming point. You can also use the bottom or the top of that circle, which has not necessarily graduation.
yeah, you're even a hollow, it'll be a little fuzzy if you have an astigmatism and you're not wearing your glasses.
Demarcations or lines. You can get some kind of swaggy dope off of those.
Up close, some people prefer that style of reticle. You just kind of have to get behind it a little bit and see if you actually prefer using that style of reticle versus something like a simple red dot.
The first con that comes to mind, probably for both of us, is battery life.
Yeah, battery life is a big thing with this. You're talking about like hundreds of hours versus tens of thousands of hours.
Yeah, so you're getting a drastic reduction in battery life. These are just more power-hungry optics. Just the way the tech works, it needs more juice, it needs a bigger battery, and it doesn't last as long. So if those pros are worth it to you, especially if you're just using the government's batteries, that's cool. You can just throw a new one in every day. But if you're funding this yourself, that's going to be a lot of CR123s. They do have auto shut-off on most holographic sites.
Shake awake.
Pro and con. You just have to remember at whatever interval, if you don't run one of the adjustment buttons, it's going to shut itself off to preserve that battery life.
All right, so that about wraps it up for the non-magnified options that we have. Now we're going to get into LPVOs and prism style of optics. So now we have the LPVO, which stands for low power variable optic, which means that there is a range of magnification. Low meaning it's going to be 1x on the low end, and they can vary
Swiss,
going
gotcha.
from 1 to 4 power. Like this one is a Vortex Viper PST Gen 2. It's a 1 to 6 power. There are others that are 1 to 8 power, and even some that are 1 to 10 power. And I think that's about where we're maxing out with the LPVO category, is that 1 to 10. What are the benefits of having just an LPVO by itself?
In some ways, all your eggs are in one basket. It's a singular sighting system. It's not scalable, but it is, from a different perspective, it's an all-in-one solution. So if you have a low power variable, until you get out to pretty extreme distances, depending on your PID requirements and whatnot, you have everything under one roof, so to speak. So it's an inline system. There's one mount. There's nothing that you need to add or take off. And you have your one power for your bad breath distance stuff. And then you have 6, 8, 10, your 1 to something, whatever the top end is, you have that magnification at the turn of a ring.
Eye relief on this is going to be a factor. It's going to be better in most cases than the red dot and magnifier.
Yeah, a dedicated scope that has a bottom end of 1x is traditionally going to have better or more forgiving eye relief than a magnifier. Magnifiers are better than they used to be, but a dedicated scope with 1x in
That
front
scope looks
definitely
lit.
has
I
more
can't
forgiving
afford that
eye
scope.
relief.
Well, that being
I
said,
can't afford Vortex optics.
not going to be as good as the red dot.
It's true. Yeah, because it does have eye relief, whereas the red dots had unlimited eye relief. There was no parallax or very little parallax to be fixed. So in this case, this one has a fixed parallax. Your higher power scopes will have adjustable parallax, but these are fixed by the manufacturer. So eye relief, parallax, you'll hear people talk about eye box or scope shadow. Getting behind the gun consistently is going to be infinitely more important than it is with a red dot. Red dot, you could hold the rifle out in front of you like a pistol.
Yeah.
You could conceivably shoot it. Not that it's a good idea, but it's possible.
So another thing about the scope is that it has an etch reticle.
That's a fair point.
So we're not reliant on the battery. Most of these scopes do have illumination, but personally, I really don't use the illumination on scopes like this. A lot of people place
All right,
a lot of
Chilled.
emphasis on the
Hope you have a good night, bud. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it.
illumination, but especially with a second focal plane optic, I don't think it's that much of a deal, and I don't really use it.
Yeah, I don't use the illumination for much other than what we talked about with the red dots was dusk and dawn, when it's just
Still aren't.
gray blue outside and it's hard to distinguish even a bold reticle. Then I might turn the illumination on, but that's such a limited window of the day. And the battery life in illuminated reticles, because they're running coin batteries like CR2032s usually, the battery life isn't very good. So if you accidentally leave that illumination on,
So like a CR2032 running all the time only lasts like 400 hours maybe.
even it could be as short as a day, depending on the runtime already and the scope itself and how much illumination you were running. It could be dead the next time you pick it up. So it's not something that I would rely on in the same way that I rely on the dot in a red dot.
And that being said, this is a second focal plane optic. On many of the first focal plane on one power, they're kind of relying on that battery to be alive to use the dot. So if you don't have the power on, the reticle at one power is almost unusable.
So with the first focal plane optics and their reticles, because they grow equally in relation to the target, they grow in tandem with each other to keep the image and the graduations true the entire time, or through the range of magnification, I should say. They end up being very thin when you are, quote, zoomed all the way out. So when you're back at 1x, the reticle is very, very thin, very fine, whereas the second focal plane is super, super bold because it is fixed and only the target is being magnified. Something to consider if 1x is of greater importance to you than the top end with 4, 6, 8, 10.
Yeah, I like second focal plane optics more than first focal plane optics personally.
Just like the red dot, there are multiple mount heights that you have to consider. This one has a 1.54-inch mount, but you can get them in a 1.7-inch mount or a 1.93-inch mount. Why would you consider some of those other mount heights?
Cheek
For
weld,
the same reasons that we
right?
do with a red dot, because it is especially imperative that we really get behind the gun the same way every time with a scope. If you cannot get behind the gun in your gear because it's a 154 and you're running a helmet and a plate carrier and you're shooting from the prone, it becomes difficult, and you start doing the ball cap tip with the ocular lens of your optic to push your helmet back. So I'd say if you are going to run just a low powered variable, I'd make sure that it is a mount height that you can use all the time, which a lot of people that ends up being like a 1.7.
That's probably my preferred mount height for just using an LPVO with no other type of sighting systems. That 1.7 is pretty good to me. So some of the cons about this system, I think one of the obvious ones is going to be weight. This is going to be a lot heavier than just using.
Can't be that much heavier than a dot, brother.
A penalty to get more performance out of this versus like a T2 on a little aluminum mount.
So another thing that we get with the LPVO is that we do have a diopter adjustment.
This is another point of adjustment for our visual clarity or acuity. So the scope is not going to appear the same to everyone at 1x, which a lot of people are going to set it at 1x and find where it falls in between the ranges. It's going to allow you to take whatever the scope came as out of the box, run this diopter, which I'm not actually going to adjust, and get like a nice flat image is a good way to think about it. So you don't have any of the bowl effect or the fisheye lens. If you were to run a fixed power or even a variable power that did not have a diopter adjustment, or like there are night vision units that do not have diopter adjustments like 31 alphas, you're kind of stuck. You're stuck with what you have. With night vision, you can get prescription inserts that are very expensive, or you're going to have to wear your corrective lenses. But even with a scope, because now we're looking through magnified lenses, you may not be able to, quote, like flatten the image quite like you want to. So a diopter adjustment it's something else you have to mess with, but it is something that is going to give you the clearest, most acute image possible.
So you did mention night vision use. How easy is it to use night vision with this setup that we have here?
Inline night vision, very easy. Head-mounted night vision, I almost wouldn't bother.
Really?
So we do have some
Okay.
options that will gain us some more capabilities with
Nikita, take notes. Give inline nods.
the LPVO system. And what we have here,
Well, not nods.
the LPVO.
So what he's talking about, the difference is head-mounted nods, like what we wear in Tarkov when we're looking through an LPO. He's saying he wouldn't even bother with that. He would get a forward-mounted night vision unit for his optic.
With the offset red dot.
I've heard that before.
Augmenting an existing sighting system or enhancing one, we're just adding another one to it. Outside of something like the Alpha Terac or a prism that you put in front of a scope, you don't really augment scopes. Adding a second optic is pretty much the easiest way to bolt on performance that the scope's not going to get you. This is going to give you, depending on the mount you select and the way you configure it. This one is on an Arisaka offset mount, so it's separate from the main mount. It's not a unimount setup. It's going to give you the ability to shoot through a gas mask more easily, passively aim through night vision more easily, and then just your weird positional stuff. So I don't really view this as a backup sighting system, although it is a second one, so it could serve that purpose. It's very much an alternate sighting system to fill the gaps that the LPVO leaves.
If you are shooting with it magnified and you do need to do a close shot.
Мы стрелять не хотим, мы так наблюдаем. О, кепка ебаная!
Alrighty.
Рука, сука, рука!
Ad chat.
One.
Can't aim right now. Why can't the goon spawn for me, bro?
Вот он!
How many times am I gonna lose this fucking arm? Lose an arm. The guy over there hiding. I don't know where this guy is, though. Fuck. He's got like a MP7 or something. Took everything. Unusual. Now we've just got to go to Woods tomorrow. Actually, we might do the Woods raid tonight. After this raid, we're gonna go to Woods. They're not my favorite group of people for sure.
You do have that already just on a 1 power because it's a red dot, and you can just flip it over and start using
They're a
it.
tremendous burden on our citizens for sure, but that's all I'll say about it
Seen a pretty dumb one.
on stream.
Inspector DR, bad. The guy left it on 4 power all the time and had the dot. It's like he could have just run an ACOG for saving 25 ounces or something. So consider that between the variable powers and the fixed power if that's something you want to do. If you want dedicated magnification and dedicated dot,
Stop.
maybe you don't need to carry around the weight, but we'll get to fixed power optics later. But yeah, that is how I use it. And I run them both on 1 power, and then I'll just manually add to this.
What do you think is the big con with this setup? What would steer somebody away from this?
I don't know that there's necessarily a true con.
Thanks for hanging out, bro. I enjoy this game.
Be a better option depending on what you.
I enjoy streaming for you guys for sure.
Aiming and gas mask shooting is just of the utmost importance to you, but you also need to have a scope. We'll get to the top dot, but maybe the top dot's a better approach than the offset. But I do like that with offsets, I have adjustable height relative to stacking an optic on an optic. There's not much I can do about that.
So that's the offset option. We'll get into the top dot now, which is my preference compared to your preference of the offset. So here we have the LPVO with a top mounted red dot. This is the primary arms PLXC 1 to 8, and on top we have an aimpoint acro. What do you see the advantage of this style of setup?
So again, we're just adding a second optic. We've just chosen to put it in a different place. I would say the advantage is everything that you get out of tall mounts for red dots, you have basically just bundled your scope into a tall red dot mount. So again, gas mask, passive aiming, quote, heads up shooting, like you referenced. It is easier to shoot in certain positions with.
Okay. I'm learning so much, guys. I think it's hideous, but I might go with the top mounted now. I need some food and water, dog. I don't perceive a world within the next 5 to 10 years that I'll be able to afford nods, which is my biggest downfall, honestly. They're so fucking expensive. And you can get a monocular for 5K, but I don't know. That's still pretty goddamn expensive, bro. I'm not sure which mark circle I need to mark, so we're gonna go to this top one since we're closer to it. And if it's not this one, we'll go to the other one. Hopefully. You can throw grenades so far in this fucking game, it's crazy. And I'm told it's wholly unrealistic. I've never tossed a nade, but they weigh like a few pounds. Tossing grenades sounds fun to you? It sounds terrifying. To me. Where's this fucking March circle? It's one over, right? Like over here, I think. It's this one. Sick. Get cover. Wait this out. Go to VX. Hopefully don't die too. What are they called? Cultists. There we go. Because they do spawn over here. I don't know what this quest line leads to, honestly. I don't think they're here. They do. I think the Baggerly is one of my top 3 favorite rigs in this game. I like it. Mostly because of its pockets. Oh, excuse me. Well, the second half of stream was way better than the first half. Wait, that doesn't open up another quest? Thought it did. I need to get to level 50. Cheers, brother. We'll go back to goon hunting tomorrow. See if we can get the last piece of gear. I think we have most of the... I think we need 6 of these. Once, if we get to night sweep, like if we make it to level 50, we've got to turn in those knives. I'm pretty sure that's the quest that asks for those. 12 minutes, huh? What about you? Yeah, it's been 4 hours, bud. It has been 4 hours. How much are these right now? What quest unlocks those, I wonder? I don't know. A good deal on that guy. We used all of them earlier on accident. All right. You wait for this ad. All right, chat. I will be back tomorrow afternoon. Hope everyone has a great night. I appreciate all the people that stopped by and hung out. tomorrow we will be hunting the goons again, looking for the last item for the Ragman quest. Hope everyone has a wonderful night.